Well, hello. Happy Friday. Everything's squared away here. Was just reviewing what we were up to. I did not work on this over the week. I decided to work on other projects instead, and then that turned into much more time than I thought, as will happen. So we have our grid laid out at, what we think we want, right? And we have our buttons laid out as well. So that's all working as we like. We have scrolling going on where appropriate. Uh, that was weird. Just restart that. Behave. We have the ability to edit and view and delete and do stuff with tiles, and we were working on this. We were getting transits marked out, and obviously this is not going to be sufficient in a lot of ways, right? For one, we can't get out of there. That's a problem. For two, this is not a friendly UI. But it is sort of getting closer to where we want, right? What I'm thinking is that I want to try to indicate which um which rooms are being highlighted, right? And the relation of the connections. So at least one of these connections should have like an arrow or something. And I don't know if we even want to display the other connections in this tile that way. So we'll have to think about that. Does it make any sense at all to do that? And if we were to do something like that, we would also need to, on clicking the middle tile here, or the middle connection here, the diagonal connection, we would need to then display 4, which actually, right meow, we don't do at all. We only do these ones. Okay, so that actually is good in this case, because it's going to give us the ability to register these handlers to do different checks, right? So I think that the first thing I want to do we're getting so far away from what a user or a client, a consumer of this is going to ever want to do, that I'm worried that most of this code is not even shareable. But I don't particularly care about that just yet, right? What I want to do to start with is I want to take these. This is game map. I don't want that. I want to be in shared map UI. I want to pull this up into here. For now, we're going to delete this. Because if we pull this up into here, and this should probably just be map. Nope. We want to keep this the same. Don't mess with that, but do fix that for me. Don't do that one. Do that one. And that should take... Yes, good. Okay, fantastic. Map editor. This should be all good still. It looks like we're good. Oops, that's the wrong one. Yeah. Fantastic. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. Editor mate. Yes, okay. Okay. We'll have to think about how we do, because the editor lives next to the server, so it reuses server code to load the map, but the client is going to need a different understanding. So that's a thing for future us, right? Right meow, what we need to do is just build this editor out. So I think what we want is some stuff. We're gonna need a widget, right? And actually, before we do that, we were pulling all this prop drilling out of here by making these methods. So then we don't need any of this. It'll be much like yeah, signature much like that. This is app widget parent frame. This is app widget game map. And then same thing to, we'll fix this real quick. Give it x index, y index, and make it mw dot. We need to do the same to horizontal connection. That's why we were delaying, because we weren't really doing anything with them yet. Okay, that's fine. We can kind of do this piecemeal. That's perfectly kosher. We have a handler here. Like so. This will also need This will need to be a method. Which means we can ditch this. I believe. And then let's go fix. Let's make sure that's all correct. Oh, this does need this, I think. Because we want it to be dialogue that hangs off the button, I think. Double check. Yeah, it spawns it there as opposed to if we do that. And it just spawns it at the middle of the parent frame ish. We do want that. And then how do we want to do this? Thinking we want to have this take a cardinal direction, right? That describes. Well, no, because we want either one. Let's do this. Let's do. Could do like, the enum type pattern. Let's also, before we do that, let's double check something here real quick. We want to make sure. No, this always has to. Yeah, so we're good there. We don't have to handle that case. We're going to need to put empty stuff. If we have, let's say, an empty spot here, this is going to panic a bit. Yes, so we need to handle that. Which is fine. Cancel, please. Thank you. So yeah, let's do this. Let's say that can be an int. That's fine. Not that. And then we'll have this. This needs to be that. And then like that. And that. And we could say this will also take, it takes a parent button to attach to. It takes an X and a Y. And it takes a which is one of them. To make you long and obnoxious, so we'll put you down there. Then here, what we'll do is the same thing. We only handle horizontal currently. That we had a logger. App widget. Don't have a logger. Oh, it's because, okay, yeah. Does it make sense to have one? That is the question. And the answer is a resounding I don't know. Because this is just going to be broken if... Yeah, it probably does. This... like so. Game map, map widget. Here we go. Like so. Let's just, for organizational purposes, also put that here. This is horizontal. Say invalid indirection. This should really never happen, but this was direction. You just want to guard to make sure we have a something we can debug if it happens, right? Oh gosh, what has happened to my camera? Why do you do this? Come on. There. Silly thing. So, we do this, we do that. Fantastic. All driven off the grid. That makes sense. We check these just in case. So this should all still be working exactly as we had it. Except for, I forgot to... Oh, what did I call you? Yeah, your log. Oh, you're e.logger. That's who you are. Okay. Let's go ahead and do this, because this is kind of the foundation of making this usable for other things, right? We'll commit, say, okay. What we're going to want to do now, edit transit form. I have my to-do for nil checking tiles. Fantastic. And this needs to be actually like so, because it won't always be left and right anymore. That's fine. So we pull out our transit. Transits do not have IDs, right? They do. Okay. But they'll be different, right? Because they live in connections which don't have IDs, which is fine. So what we need to do found that location. We don't use tile 2, right? Meow, which is fine. And then we can do, so first off, we'll do that. And this is a list of, or a slice of, right? No, it's a map. I see. Let's back up a second here. Put this back. So this is a map. Also, let's make this tile 1. And then let's be consistent. So what we want to do is when we come in here, first off, we say tile 1 transits is this. I want to do that, or I want to rename because we appended. Yeah, okay. And then if this, so we need to nil check this. So right? Yes. Like so. Same deal. Get it if it's not nil. We'll want to or let's think here. we did this, we'd need to know the IDs of both sides, which we could do. I don't know if we have on tile. We don't have ID yet on tile. We could do that. That would be fine. But is there a better, smarter, cleaner, nicer way? I wonder. We'll want to filter this down, right? If we're gonna do that, in map we have a way to determine that. Current location, room connections, command direction. So we'd need to figure that out. But okay. Let's, instead of having this return us, well, no, we do want this. Because in the absence of, like, if we're just looking at the tile, the room tile itself, we're going to want to display this information there as well, so that you can edit it in two places. You can connect from a tile, or you can click on a connection. I think it's probably what we want. Check what that was. See if it was important. No. Okay, so the thing we want to do here, YouTube sub notification, actually, yes, it was. Was that you, Mr. Pluck? Well, I appreciate that. And welcome in. How's your Friday going? I don't want to call out anybody who might be a lurker by, if I get those notifications, so lurkers are always welcome. And if that's the level of engagement that they desire, then I don't want to force them to be something else. Hey, deployment day on Friday. You like to live dangerously, I see. Let's see. So we're going to want this still, but I'm not afraid. I hope it goes well. And that there are no Saturday morning pages. Half a year of team effort for absolutely meaning. Oh, that's depressing. One of the biggest things that kills my motivation is when I'm working hard on something that doesn't really feel like it moves a dial anywhere like that. Paid for it. Yep. There is that. But, it's hard to be truly motivated if you're not. If it moves the dial anywhere, I need it all of it for myself, right? It's truly hard to be motivated though if it's just money, I find that's just me. I need money too. I have this addiction to eating and living under a roof and all that, but it just makes it a slog. So we'll have this. The tricky part is going to be okay, if we're a horizontal, so what we can do, this whole thing will need to be reworked. But so these are empty maps in the case of the tile being nil, which is fine. What we're going to want to display at the end of the day is, and let's just go back up here, that dialogue is the parent. You had to see the faces of the investors and owners when I explained how can we capture value somewhere and transfer all the capture value to me. At this moment, I'm always thinking about Gollum saying, and take it from me for us. That's amazing. So, if we give wait, was game map even actually used in here anymore? So they don't take the ability to capture all the additional value for granted, right? I was skimming an article a while back where they had done businessy math and looked at like what is the amount of value produced by a developer versus somebody in another field, and they came to the conclusion that even though like developers are expensive, they still provide more value per dollar than anybody else currently. They pay me just to be able to talk to me, and captured value has to be shared. 5x more value? Maybe, I don't remember the numbers. I'm pretty sure we don't. Let me just. Oh, it was getting tile by ID. Right. Okay. We don't need that because we have 2 tiles. We have both of them that we care about in this particular moment. What we need to actually do. Business has to be organizationally capable to leverage the engineering output. Yes. And to not kill that golden goose. Most of the European businesses are not. Most of the American businesses I've worked for are not. They are always looking for a new way to handcuff us, right? More scrum meetings, more agile, more OKRs, just more process and more nonsense instead of just letting us make things, which is what we're good at and is what makes that value, Or there was one company I worked for where engineering would get, midway through a development cycle, they would get a mandate from on high says, well, there's a deal on the line if this feature doesn't go in. So it would just get crammed in and nobody would ever use it because it sucked. But sales said, right? And we wound up with all these features, which incur maintenance cost. Most of the customers used a tiny fraction of all of these features. And it took away time from things that would actually matter. It was immensely frustrating. So right now we basically just need to say this. I can actually understand. Yep. So you don't need to be there anymore. What we're looking for is we're going to need to expose the ID, I think. That's the sanest, cleanest way to do this. And that is on tile. Connect location description. Put you up here. That's easy enough. So what are we going to do in the case where one of them is nil? Maybe we don't need this. Hang on. Because if we have a nil, then we won't get that anyway. What we need to be able to do is say x plus 1. So this is a place where we can easily screw up, right? But that does give us a reliable place to determine order. Let's run with that for now. So what we'll do is we'll be able to say we need to map these two or connect these two in some way, a direction. Which makes it seem silly to do another constant for that, but we won't know. Okay, yeah, we kind of need to, I think. So we'll do that again. Do that. because here's where we're going to need to say and we'll do the same thing here. Do I want this to be... No, it's fine. So again, if we're horizontal, what we're going to do is say that hang on, let's think. Default will be return an empty. Oh, actually, no. Can't do that. Default will just break because we already said everything here. Do we still need... I don't think we need this. We need to be careful here. So we basically need to identify... We're not going to need this either. Right? I think so. What we're going to need to do is have some way to determine what essentially I'm going to want is hello, Aman, or Aman. I don't know how to correctly pronounce that. Welcome in. Does this still make sense? It does. So in the case of the horizontal, let's do this. Or do we want to do that? What we really want to do that'll need to go in there. I want to be able to pare this down, but also cleanly handle nils. The other thing is that you have directions, transits. which has a destination ID. We want to display this data struct. We're not going to care about this so much. I don't think. How am I doing? I'm doing all right, man. How about you? Having a good Friday so far? Direction. That, right, okay. So if we put these into just a nice little box, maybe we can connect them and that'll be okay. And then still just down to filtering this out. So I want to do this. Probably. Because even if these are not nil, they might not be connected. So what we're going to want to do is come in here. So in case of horizontal, this will equal actually we'll do, you should be to the east. So yeah. This needs to be this. Then what we'll do is we handle the nil in the map, so we should be safe at this point. So we make a new transit. Display structure. Source is this doesn't, transits don't have a source in that sense. But that right now. That's what I was doing wrong. Destination we do have, which is that. Destination. Turns a UUID. Oh. Which we were just displaying as string. Yes. Does that make sense? Maybe. Direction is is that this is description. This is enter message. This is leave message. This we can pull up. And just fix up. Oop. Comes that. And this becomes that. Oh, that. Let's rename this. That. 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 Let's spell it correctly for great success. Apparently I'm jingle jangling all the way here today. Let's double check. Do need to accept this. Right quick. It should. Sure, it goes into my calendar. There we go. Handled. All right. So now that one might be a nil in a call. Okay. Let's do this then. Don't think it would actually end up being one in practice, but it is good to make sure we're tidy here. Could be we have some kind of crazy transit. So we'll say it can just be an empty string if not. So in here we'll say if tile1 is not nil, do this. Source is that. Now we just need to do we do return let's think here. This we can pull out because it's going to look very same except for we'll take a this will essentially all become this. Call you connection except this is a right. Not a pointer, it's just a transit. Not an equal there, silly. Then we do that. We'll also need that, which will let me then do this, this, that. Fix that up. And at the end of all this, turn connection. And then this will be clean that up real nice. Except for I also need, wait, I need, we could also just put that in though. Could pull this in. Call you tile transits. That. That. Then we would be able to get rid of this parameter, this argument. And it would become this. What are you mad about? Oh, this needs to be that. And then what was I doing up here? It was because I did that. This is not that. It is origin tile. And then this can be also cleaned up. This becomes just that. And then we just need to first connection. All of this is going to go away. And instead, we're just going to do that. And then we're going to say these can actually go away too, I believe. We just need to do that. And I think I can do that. And I think I can append multiples. I can. Fantastic. Just like so. And then that cleans this up a ton. And theoretically, we will need... Theoretically, that'll put us back to working. It does. Fantastic. But we only have 2, which is correct. That's all we want at this particular click. The other vertical will be the same. It'll be, actually we can, it's vertical. Direction south. Direction north. That. And then if we transit form, horizontal connection, this would be vertical connection, which we don't have. Okay, that's fine. Wait. What do we have? Oh, there it is. Vertical connection. This is actually backwards. It's fine. Fix that. Was confusing the orientation of the rectangle with the actual orientation of the connection there. So then this becomes, we won't need this, we'll just need it's going to look how much do we have of this already? That, all of that. Basically this is what we'll need, except for like that. I have, oh, that. And it doesn't take that. Oop. It takes that. Okay, fantastic. Whoop. Invalid connection direction passed to existing connection handler because we need to also wire up. Need to so we're here. At this X. This. Need you to be in there though. And then if greater than 0, this actually needs to be flipped. It'll be tile 1 because we want to be the above to the below. Because tile 1 south, right? South, yes. So tile 1 to south. So that's above. Then this is tile grid. This X. This Y -1. Sure, don't forget that. This is correct, I believe. So now that that is squared away, fantastic. From the north, from the south, to the south, to the north. Loves it. Okay, let's do a quick. Now, we're going to have an issue because currently we assume only 2 possible tiles here. Do I want to... Do I want to say that I need a list of tiles? Or do I want to just ignore? Does that look like up here? You'd have to build. Or do we... This just returns a list of transits. This could be made to... No, this also does the form. just also happens to return the list, which we don't even need. Maybe we'll see. Gonna leave it alone for just this second. We could. If we did a list or a slice of tiles here, we would run into an issue where you'd have to put in a nil. Like, say the first tile is not connected in some way or it doesn't exist, it's an empty square. You would have to explicitly put a nil in there. Which might not be terrible, because if you do this, then there is a nil. So maybe that's fine. And if we do this, tiles 0, tiles 1, tiles 0, tiles 1. And also in here we can say might want guess we can return error. That's not a huge deal. Here. No, I don't like that, because it is very much just it's UI code, right? So it's going to have to continue on or panic. I don't really want to panic. Maybe we just leave it for now. And if it becomes an issue, we will have to fix it. This is going to be this, that. We're going to have to fix this up anyway. That's fine. We could give you your transit's 0. You go away. your transits 1. Here we do, instead of this, tile that, that, this is tiles, that's that. And then we just give you tiles there. That should theoretically take us back to working. Okay, I like this a lot more. Let's do also a check of vertical. Okay. Fantastic. Let's go ahead and now diagonals are going to more or less be combination of both. Wait. I'm going to do -1 greater than 0. This y greater than 0. Because not -1. Not here. Just this x greater than 0. This y greater than 0. Then and tiles tile grid at this x -1, which is back. This y -1, which is up. Then, because they need to go in pair order, we'll say if this x plus 1 is less than the length of tile grid, just that, and this y plus 1 is less than length of tile grid at this X. And we append tile grid at this X plus 1, this Y plus 1. Then X, wait, minus 1, yes, plus 1, yes. This will be X plus 1 less than the length tile grid and this Y greater than 0. Because we want to go to the right, which is plus 1, and then minus 1. Then tiles equals append tiles, tile grid, this X plus 1, this Y minus 1. Lastly, if this X greater than 0 and this Y plus 1 less than the length of tile grid at this X minus 1. No, it's not minus. Yes, it is. Tiles, tile grid, this X minus 1 this Y plus 1. Like so. Hopefully. I haven't totally messed up my grid. Then you need to also be able to account for tiles 1, southeast, tiles, sorry, this should be 0, this should be 1. Southeast, northwest, southwest, northeast. Then in here, this actually becomes transits this We're going to want to styler a bit, but for now it's fine. Leave it. That, right? Oh, wait, crap. Oh, that's correct. I just forgot to do this for some visual organization. This isn't horizontal. This is diagonal. That, like so. And then, theoretically, unless I've messed everything up, which is 100% possible, good on vertical. Still good on horizontal. 3, 2, ooh, wait. 1, 2. I need to check my coordinates. Let's go check them. So this should be 2, 2, and 3, 2. This is 3, 2, and 1, 2. Oops. Okay, we need to look at horizontal. That's broken. This should be 3, 3, and 3, 4. 3, 2, and 3, 4. So I've messed that up somewhere. But we're close. It's close. And you should be 2, 3, 2, 3, 4. And I haven't wired you up yet. Crap. Okay, that's fine. We'll go fix this first. Forgot to do that. That's all right. Horizontal. X plus 1. It's because this X I'm not getting the coordinates of the button itself. I'm looking at the coordinates of the tile grid. So this needs to be this X plus 1. This is just this X. Oops. But I don't want that, I don't think. This was easier to actually read and think about from this perspective, because you're thinking from the perspective of the button. So up here, what we're looking at, so this is tile button. Because we're in +1. And then because It would have to be in here, right? Yeah, so it gets added right there. Which is kind of confusing. Let's take that out. And then up here, that. And then we come in here. We expect to be yes, that is correct. And then for verticals, let's do the same thing. And then you are going to need chords as well, but that's fine. You are. We'll do that in a minute. Let's fix this first. That should take care of that. We want to do the same thing here where it's easier to understand. When we add this, we do that. We do that. And then we do that. And we don't have to drill in and look for it. I don't think this actually needs to return a frame anymore either. It's just going to create that for us. I'm going to make the same change to diagonal. And I might be missing something, but we can just add it back in if we need to return them for some reason. And then we say that you are button. Just to fix that up. Let's go see if now my coordinates are correct. So this should be 3, 3, and 4, 3, 5, 3, and 3, 3. What have I messed up? You would be 1 through. Oh. Oh. Because you're driven off of tile grid. Horizontal connection. This would be -1 for 1. No. It'd be +1 for that. It would be because it, okay. Crap. Okay. Let's leave this because this adds complexity to read. Up here. Oops. And to see if this is important or not. It is not important, right? Right, meow. Let's see here. Okay, so this makes that harder to reason about. So in here, we basically just need to we would need to store the actual grid, but we don't use that for anything. Everything's based on the game map grid. This is a UI layer that lays on top of it, right? So this x plus 1 is still correct. This just becomes this x. I'm hoping that I'm not shooting myself in the foot, but I'm suspecting that I will be. Um, and then vertical. Same deal here. Except for this needs to just be this y. Diagonal is going to be trickier. This is still +1. This is still +1. But this also needs to be -1 because the length. Well, actually, no, it shouldn't be because we're doing the plus there. So if it's less than the grid, not equal to, then we should be fine. This, if we're greater than 0 on both, then we just add. Except for when we're in diagonal land, I lied. think here. Because up here, not there, up here where we place it, actually, before I do that, let me make sure I fix the other two. This should be 2, 3, and 3, 3, 3, 3, 2, 3. So I'm just backwards on the display. Okay, let's check the verticals now. I forgot to look at the coordinates. I clicked the random box. This should be 4, 3 to 4, 4. And it is. Okay, so we just flipped the vertical, or sorry, the horizontal. And yes, because we put it into a list that was indeed backwards, that makes sense. Previously, we assigned them directly. So this should be 4, 3, and 5, 3. 4, 3, 5, 3. Fantastic. It is. Okay. Diagonals. So when we're running this, we're coming through here. Bop. We are actually at up here. We are horizontal connection, and we come down again. We loop through. We make a vertical connection at the x index and the y index because it, okay, so we're still here, but we're artificially inserting this. So this doesn't change either in the case of the diagonal. This, 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 this. Then we're looking for, if we're actually here, this is +1, +1, +1, +1. That's correct. Then if we are actually here, it is +1 only on the x. Oops, that's not the right. It's this one. This y greater than 0. Let's go away. It's just that. -1 goes away. And then this becomes +1. We don't care about x being greater than 0. Or do we? We do, yes. But this y, hang on. So if we're here, then we're actually here. We look, compare these two. Then we say this, which is x plus 1. And then we say this, which is just y plus 1. Same x. So we take that out. Take that out. Take that out. That should take care of that. Hopefully. Let's wire it up and figure out how much I've messed it up. Diagonal connection. Button add button. Let's just grab steal from me again real quick. Like so. You become a method off of map widgets. You don't take a parent anymore. Take an int for this X and this Y. I called you parent frame. Diagonal. And I think that fixes me up. Nope. I have forgotten to do this. And that. My diagonal button has gone away though. Is that perhaps because grid tile width narrow, grid tile height short, diagonal button base? Have I because of this that I don't even use anymore and the others? Which means I need to take you away as well, right? Yes, that makes sense. There we go. You should be 2, 3, 3, 3, 4. Wait, 3, 3, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4, 2, 4. I have not organized them correctly, but they're all the right coordinates. You all need to go in +1 +1. So that way, then +1 and y plus, yes. So I must have put it in the wrong order up in here. Tile 0 to the southeast. Tile 1 to the northwest, so southeast, northwest. And then southwest, northeast. Okay, that's all correct though. And if you're all just getting added, it's because no. That should put them in the correct. So you should be 3, 3 to 4, 4, and then 3, 3 to 4. Okay, yes. I don't know what I was looking at that was so wrong. 3, 3 to 4, 4, and then 4, 3 to 3, 4, 4, 3. Yeah, okay. Picnic error. Okay. Get that. We'll do Okay. I am going to take a quick break and go use the restroom and walk around because I'm late. I'll be right back. All right. Let's go ahead and do quick bounce checking here to make sure that we are in the correct places. If we do that, we only get one connection. That's correct. Oh, no, sorry. If we do this, we get the one between the two. That's correct. Really need to add buttons to these to cancel. That's fine. Just for funsies, we'll do that one. 0, 0, 0, 1. This is not correct. 0, 0, and then 0, 1. Got messed up there. Is that... Is that because I did backwards wrong things here? Let's see, this is vertical. Vertical connection, vertical. Direction south, direction north. Tiles 0, tiles 1. This y plus 1 is less than this x and this y. Tiles. Tile grid. This x, this y plus 1. That is correct. Vertical. Oh, did I leave diagonal connection? Vertical connection is vertical. Horizontal is horizontal. This x, this y. X index, Y index. X index is less than the length of tile grid minus 1. Do diagonal. I always do a vertical. Y index plus 1. When I find this bug, I'm going to think I'm an idiot. This is tile handle. I don't need that. I need vertical connection. This X, this Y. Button, this X, this Y. Vertical. Handle existing, or existing connection handler rather. Horizontal. This X, this Y. This X plus 1 is less than the length of the grid. So that's that. Append this X plus 1, this Y. Vertical. Tiles, tile grid, this X, this Y. Which don't get modified. This Y plus 1 is less than the length of tile grid at this X. Tiles, tile grid, this X, this Y plus 1. That should be accurate. I totally confused myself. X, Y. 0, 2, 1, 2. 0, 2, 0, 3. 0, 2, 0, 3. Wait a minute. Did I just get myself jumbled up again? 0, 0, and 0, 1. Yeah, it's correct. Wow, I don't know what I was looking at. Too many coordinates and directions. Okay. So, I was checking corners. Let's continue to check corners. 0, 8, 0, 9. Okay, other side. Actually, let's do the middles up top real quick. Four, 0, 5, 0, perfect. One to click tiles. 8, 0, 9, 0, perfect. Eight, 5, 9, 5, perfect. This is giving me one extra. Fix that, but 8, 9, 9, 9, perfect. This is this all needs to be behind. We'll say if Y is less than length tile grid 0. This is Y index minus 1. Because we don't want to do the last row. Not yet, anyway. Okay, let's fix that. These guys, 8, 8 to 9, 9. 8, 8 to 9, 9. And then 9, 8 to 8, 9. Perfect. Don't know if I like that or not, but that's fine. It'll be okay. 08 to 19, 18 to 09. Perfect. 2 more. 00 to 11, 01, or 10 rather to 01. Perfect. 80 to 91, 90 to 81. Perfection. Okay. We're good with that now. We need to clean up this form a little bit. Don't. We need to do this. That. So we want let's get a we actually have it already. New form, parent frame, set struct, transits. Let's put you down at the bottom. You are internal. So what we need to do now is the transit form, tree node, and transit. Like so. Let's take a quick look at oh wait, no. Right. You already have this. Fine with that. That's cool. It's groovy. Go take a look at this real quick. Look at our form. Get that open just for reference. So we want could this isn't completely terrible now. We need to fix this, but this we need to fix. And we need to figure out how to make that editable in a meaningful way, right? I'm starting to think maybe we don't want a dialogue for this. Maybe we want to put this into another pane or something. Hmm. We're also going to want a delete option here. But first things first, let's do where do we put the buttons for this? They go here for save and cancel. So that needs to go in the handlers, right? No. We do need to take care of those, but the only has that. You just go in here. Okay. But thought new tile. Let me just double check. Thought new tile had a cancel as well. Delete. You do. What am I missing? Oh, right there. It's just very, very small. Okay. Same thing. Okay. So you need to hang off here. And we can just grab this right quick. That. That. Takes care of that for us. Fantastic. Gets our buttons and our log, or not a log, but our output message all squared away. Going to need we want to tackle. Let's fix the fix this first. Because we're going to need this to tell us about what we can do, right? Because this, we want to make this a how do I want to make this? We're going to want to display this same thing in the tile, though, as well. Thinking about how I want to make this, because I want this to be able, like, you should be able to change this, right? That's the main tricky part. How do we want to make this friendly? And this dialogue is going to block clicking behind it as well. And I don't want to get into like this map is pretty small. It's 10 by 10. We don't want to get into where you need to like scroll or something. We don't want to select your box here. we're going to want something else. The okay, let's kind of rethink here. These dialogues are not going to be sufficient, right? What we're going to need is to move them from dialogues to something else, which is going to be like another part of the editor window, right? That's going to have to be that. Because we're going to want to do some other stuff with this. So let's figure out, okay. Let me also open my got a couple things going on, right? We've got some things we know that we need. We're going to need to put like placeholders all around this where we can like, add stuff as you click. We need to support negative indexes in order to do that. So that's going to depend on the map getting updated to handle that. I don't think there's a reason why we shouldn't be able to support negative indexes. And that would make 0, like the world origin point, which is very standard, right? Probably why they do it that way. Makes sense to a degree. I don't really want to do like an infinite grid because it seems pointless. Because you need to like have connections in some way, shape, or well, tell a lie. You might not need to. So we might need more. Because if you wanted to put like another room like 3 or 4 squares over and give it a portal or something, you'd have to handle that. Okay. But that's a later problem, right? These would be templates. Maybe we need, see, kind of this similar deal, right? Let's just do this. Guess I need to do that instead. Don't fill this. Rid of you. Should I put it there? Or should it go somewhere else? We would have pretty much the same sort of thing here, except we would also have your connections, if you were to click on a room, or you would have your connection information here. Maybe? You, tag, you, and you come out. There we go. That might be a thing. Let's actually just get rid of this box. Put you here. Like so. And then you would have like a selected. Not fill line. Is there a better? Probably fine. This mock-up anyway. You would need, actually, I want to just copy. Give me the same dang color. 45, 118, 0. There. That's a little better. Separates the fill. 96, 169, 23. Why have you suddenly become? Whatever. It's fine. It's just a mock-up. Then you could highlight them to convey information, right? In a color of some kind. Then this would give you more room as well. So let's think about that. Let's do this. So we have a game map. That's perfectly fine. We want that still. I want to look at Cogent documentation on making a split pane type deal. Like this, matter of fact. Not that. Widgets, maybe. Splits. Do I have tabs? I do have tabs. But this isn't like a draggable, droppable. So let's just start with splits. For now. That'll let you drag things around a little bit. It's a good starting place. So we just need to set up a splits. Okay. That's painless. Is there a way to Styles column. Okay, that makes sense. Styles row. That's the default. That's groovy. Default amount of space. Yes, okay, here we go. This is what we want. So, what we got to do, let's call this map pane, let's say. Then you become, let's also do, let's do this. No. I want this to be a map widget still. This, and I'm also going to want that's why. Do I need these to be in the same package, or do I want to put them? I can't do that. It's already got. This. What if we did? Let's put you in here like so. Why would you not be? Oh, that does make sense. We would need this map widget. That's fine. We have a center frame for this. That's fine. This. Basically becomes this. We do need the, oh crap. Let's not do this. Let's just back this out. All of this plays. Hey, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate that. Now reload, please. There we go. These all should be able to go away. That'll get us back to where we're. So because we're gonna need some of this to live here so that we can control the pager still. That's gonna be tricky, right? So what we're gonna need to do. App editor. App UI. Let's rename you. We can still call you map widget. That's what you really are. We're just going to need some other stuff. And some of this is going to move over. I think. Am I going to shoot myself in the foot? So how are they going to talk, right? They won't. Well, they will, but they shouldn't. I think we're okay. Let's find out. Let's just give it a shot. So if we call that map widget, then we're going to need a map. How about a edit bar? Let's call that. Do you still live in map editor? Yes, I think you do. That would solve all my problems. What comes over with you? First off, let's say that you are going to be, let me get my doc page and my mock-up. So we've got roughly like a quarter and a half, maybe? Let's give that a shot. And then what we can do is that our center frame is actually now new splits, like so. Set splits, and then like that, theoretically. And then we want to put a also we need to think about yeah, that should be fine. Placeholder templates frame, we can just say, let's see, where was the new frame, center frame, and then center frame, and then in here, if we say, see, what of this needs to come over? Nothing, I don't think. We just need to have that. And to start with this, what we'll do is just grab this. This, just so we have it on the screen. Turn that, and then we don't need a placeholder. What we need is that, and then we run it. Take a second to build. Here are the edit bar. Okay. So that's a little bit aggressive, I think, on the sizing there. If I do, oh, maybe that's not terrible. This doesn't save by chance, does it? If I do that? No. Okay. Might be a way to do that, but that's later. Later problems. What if I cut you down to... Is there a way to say, hey, just take up the rest? Probably in here, it would say something like... Generally should pass it over. Children, though fewer, could be passed. If I call that 0, will that just automatically say take up the rest? Nope, sure doesn't. But if I call you zeros, and I give you like 60, let's say. That's still not great. That's a bit frustrating. Guess we'll just do it the old-fashioned way with math. Yeah, let's do that for a base. And we'll see if we need to get bigger or smaller as we go. All right. Oops. There we go. Get that up there. Now, need to start tying this together. So what should the edit bar display? Not this, that's for sure. What it should actually display is a Can I make you a split as well? Splits. Splits. No. The heck were you? New splits. That's what you were. And then this can return a splits. What we do here is we're going to set a Actually, do we want to do this? No. I don't want this to be a splits. It can stay a frame. What it's going to have, though, is new text, parent frame, set text, what do I want to call you? Selected, sure, let's do that for now. This will go, this is header. What were you? You were, this is what's wrong. Max Y. Set. This will be let's call you that. Actually, both of them. Oh, I have go. Thank you for letting us into your thoughts. Nice content. Gotta go really enjoy it. Hey, yeah, no problem. Hope to see you again sometime. Yeah, hope you have a great Friday and weekend if I don't see you before then. Okay, so that didn't put it. And that's because we are centering all at the parent level, I believe. Let's do. Don't need to do that. That's where it was. There we go. Then you. How do you justify incogent? That is not helpful. Maybe you are in. Styles. Oh, this is styles of splits. How about just a frame? Doesn't super help me. All right, this is a bit frustrating and annoying. Let's come over here. Client should have this. Content. That. Ugly, ugly string. Well, that didn't help me. What if we set you to center? Still nothing. Okay. What if we do that? Also nothing. I wonder if that's because take a look at this. Um, what was this ugliness? was files dot center in 64. Wrong window. Here we go. What? I must be confused. Frame 1, frame 2, frame 3. Inside of frame 3, we have you. I wonder if it's because you don't have... Shouldn't matter, though. For funsies, what happens if we do that? Let's spell it correctly. Just, you know, for science. That's because this would need to be here, I believe. I wonder if it's my grow that's messing me up and I just need to give it a specific size or something. Okay, let's try. You will be parent width 100% units dot parent height 20. Perhaps. Still, frame 3 has now frame 0. Okay. That's not terrible. Let's get rid of this. This should be, actually, I think we get rid of that, put you here. Oh, sir, you're still not. But what I can do here, see what this does. All right, that's closer. This I want to be Set fonts. Mandaxco. Not that. We already included it was not useful. Style. It was on our text widget. It mentioned text. I don't want to use HTML styling, really. s.font.style. So it does go in a styler, okay. Is there a P? I guess we could do display pixel. Size dot. Just use the example. This they did 21. I'm annoyed by this. I don't want. Maybe. Maybe it's because. What was the. I think I already did this, but just to be sure, because that's what worked before on the button. And now it works. Okay. For sure I did that, but apparently not. It's fine. Let's do s dot. Not on you. Adding top. Sets. We'll give you. Just give you a little scooch down. Oh, that's way more than I thought. Ah, it's because we made the font bigger. That still would have been a lot. It's fine. Let's just give that a shot. There. Beautiful. I like that. For now, anyway. And then what we need, let's do we'll have to rethink what the label actually is to make it clear, but that's something we can just touch up later. It's fine. So we add that, and then what we could actually do here is pull you down here. This, you just go parent, we go like that. Keep everything tidy. Shouldn't change anything, and it doesn't. Fantastic. Nope, not that one. Other terminal. Like so. Now we need to pull this over. We need to... Okay, how are we going to set the content of what we will call this? These don't actually need to return anything. But actually we should. Because if we want to grab onto it and do stuff with it, it'll just be handy. Selected widget will just have a new frame, gets added to the parent, and then what we do don't know if we'll need that just yet. We'll leave it in. This probably doesn't need to be exported anymore. What we can do though is We need to give a I put this in the wrong place. You go up here. You get attached to the parent. This. Add child is what we would do. So the map widget would just need to know no, let's do that. Let's not call window target. Let's call you dialog target now. Form target. Let's say. And then we can say in here, which is a tree node. If we create a new form, we can say if the target is nil, we do this. Oh no, I think I'm gonna have to redo this, but let's just push on and see where it gets us. And then add child, tile form, else. Can't add a child to a tree node. Okay, that's fine. You gotta be a frame then. Or did I just have that typed wrong? Yeah, okay, you gotta be a frame to add a child. That's fine. Probably. That. And then here, parent and a game map and a or do you need to be, probably need to be that. That, fine. And then at but when we do this, okay, yeah, that. Yeah, I think this part is where I need to fix This, I think, actually, not this. But this only works on a body. Might still be able to get away with some of this. Let's just see if it actually does stuff or not here. So we just need that. I need to wire this up a little differently in general. New body. Its own parent scene at this point. Okay. Yeah, we're going to have to wire this up a little differently. Because otherwise we're going to have the functionality that we don't want, right? With the background blur and disable and all that still, right? When we need to get rid of that because we need to be able to still see and display. So we don't want a new scene. So let's actually get rid of that. And this. Oops. Holy crap. I've closed wrong things. Okay, there we go. So that and all of this. Go back to where you were. Because this goes back as well. The other thing to think about too is we need to take this out real quick. Take this out real quick. If we do this, we also need to then tell map editor, hey, you need to have a target, which is fine. We can do that. That's not a big deal. That would kind of fit the patterns of Cogent, right? So that's probably fine. So basically all the dialogue stuff, which is actually only here. Okay. This isn't bad. So let's go back to that. We would just need to, let's go start with tile. It's a little simpler. Not tile buttons though. Existing tile handler is where the dialogue lives. You do this still. Do this. Make sure that we do yes, we return a frame from you. And then we'll hang a um this is more like set. And then do I not return the correct thing here? Turn a frame. Could do that. Oops, not that. What did I call you? I just called you MW. Address of. This becomes. I don't care about the frame. I want that. That. Could do that. Then that returns parent frame. This would need to return this. And then this would be, don't care about that, do care about we'd have to do that. Might be able to clean this up a little bit. Because this is getting kind of messy. But maybe to give this a type, that'd be easier. Anyway, let's just get this working first. So set properties target, edit bar target, and then edit bar would have that. And then in our, let's say, existing tile handler, get that. What we'll do is make a I don't want to fall back. We don't need to fall back. We just need to get rid of this completely here. It just needs to be, let's not get rid of it just yet. We'll refer to it. We could do we won't need that. That'll be fine. Edit tile form. Does it make any sense to do this? Could just I think it still does. This becomes properties target. And then we'll need that. We'll need this. Let's actually just comment this out and make sure that all of that. Oh, let's just make sure that the dialog gets updated like we expect. Or the settings category over here. All right. Go. This is existing tile. So if I click here, doesn't happen. Why doesn't it happen? It's because Because I never... Okay. What if I did... If I got rid of this, then I don't care about parent anymore. I just say, hey, you know what? I'll build it for you. And then we do both. Like that. We say this, that. And we'll say we don't care about the struct for just a second. And then I have to... fix that. That. So that everything will still work real quick. That's annoying. Why don't you work? Oh, well, then work real good. Okay. All right. Let's go away, please. I think I've gotten off the rails here. Let's back all that out real quick. And think here. If we did this, this, this wouldn't be correct because it is not that type, but I wrapped it in a struct. this, and then I could need to have a look at docs, I think. I don't know if this is my confidence in this being the correct approach is low. Let's also, before I do that, double check over here where I did widgets. I just passed back frames and fields in here. I don't need that. Let's back this out again real quick because I don't think that this is going to get me what I want, right? And I'm not confident that that's the correct answer. But I should be able to still add, just add a child to this, right? So like if I was to come in here and just for funsies say, let's go to I would have to I'd still have to put it into that struct, which I don't have. I guess we could do it afterwards still, but that's not the. It's not very clean, right? I'd still have to return both the frame and the struct to point it at. So that'd be a problem. See if anything over here speaks to my desire. Oh, you know what? We can bind. That might be a thing. If we... There's bind. Everybody emailed me today. That doesn't matter. Do that later. The bind to this. So bind takes a thing, a variable or value, and a widget. So if we hang on, how would we new text gets that? So then I could say good. Rate this. Like so. Then we could add that at the end. But this, and then in our app widget, this isn't using binding, but it is giving me an idea. So then this could be what I would need to do here is form target would need to be new frame, parent is up here. Edit bar. Then, just for funsies, so we'll go back to existing tile handler. We'll just do an extra one. Or target this tile. Would that That would cause a panic. Header bar returns a pointer to a frame. Is it because... Header bar 11. Ah, right, because... So I did indeed give that nil. But I can just do that. Okay. It's a different kind of crash. Cool. Love that. This is layout. Widget layout. Come on, tell me more about what I did for this. Okay, this is not the right answer either, it seems. You can just pull that back. Okay. To think about this a little more, but that is 4 hours, which means that it's the end of stream for today. We'll be back to do it again, same time tomorrow. If you look down below on Twitch, there's my schedule. You're welcome to join us again. Love to have you. And yeah, we'll try to figure out a clean way to do this. Maybe involve channels. I don't know. We'll have to think.